Evening, how are we all doing? And yes, it is far too warm. I really don't do well in the heat, so yeah, I don't like the hot weather. You never know, Anassi, it might be, yeah. So let me show you one of my little side projects. I've been working on making gas giants volumetric because obviously our refueling loop requires that you skim gas giants. So this is a volumetric gas giant. Now it needs work. The cloud noise is way too uniform, and it's using Epic's cloud system that comes with the engine, and I need to move away from that and make something which we can scale truly to gas giant scales. This one's only a couple of thousand kilometers across, but you get the idea. It's planetary wide volumetric clouds which you can fly in and fly through, and this is kind of what we want for the refueling gameplay, where you'll be ploughing through essentially the upper cloud deck of gas giants with the fuel scoop open, which will hopefully look really, really cool. I don't know to what extent we're going to be able to apply things like shadows and such to the cloud volume. It's using ray marching to do the cloud density, but as you can see, it's not properly casting shadows on itself, so we don't have clouds occluding clouds. So there are going to be limitations, and there's only so much we can do with this, but I think we can get it to the point where it'll do for what we need. But as you can see, if I zoom out of the gas giant, we've got a texture defining the regions, and again right now it needs a lot of work because it's just like a solid band. It all needs smoothing out, and you can see the atmosphere is all kind of glitchy, but this is the general idea. It's very fluffy looking and not great from a distance, but as a work in progress, I think we've reached a good starting point, and up close I think it definitely looks very cool, and kind of going through the sort of the Terminator line into the sunlight is yeah, all kinds of epic. It's going to be cool. So I need to make it so like the darker you go down into the clouds, like the darker it gets. This is just the proxy underneath that you see from a distance. I'll get rid of that, so it just gets essentially darker and darker and darker the lower into the clouds you get. But yeah, that's what I've been fiddling with. So I don't know when this is going to be production ready. As I say, it still needs a lot of work, but this is kind of like, this is the final vision for the refueling gameplay. Is if you imagine the ship itself just skimming the upper cloud layers, with like plasma kind of bleeding off of the edges of the FTL ring and such. Yeah, it should look really, really cool. But anyway, yeah, we want that as well. We want lots of creaking and groaning, and obviously the ship isn't designed to fly in atmospheres, so it needs to feel like it's complaining a lot, as you're doing the refueling. It's yeah, it's not something it's happy doing, and we really want it to, like, the deeper into the cloud deck you get, the more the ship is complaining, and if you get to the point where you're starting to lose sunlight and it's getting darker and darker, then obviously the density of the atmosphere is such that it's going to start to do like serious damage to your ship. But yeah, I can't wait to get that all refined and looking lovely. Right, so we want that one. Exactly that, Dave. Yeah. So immediately before coming on stream, I broke the shuttle, so we need to fix that. I was trying to sort out passing thruster values from the child components. For some reason, and I think it's the way I was passing it across, by taking just a reference to the child actor, or rather the child actor component, it wasn't picking up the configured value. So obviously we've got max thrust configured on each of these thrusters, and for the main engine ones, obviously we bumped that up on the last stream in an effort to try and make it thrust harder. But it's not picking up those values, and I think it was because I was passing just a reference to the child actor component and not the child actor itself. So I thought I'd go the whole hog and cast to it and get the actual class reference, hopefully with its configured value on here. So we shall see whether or not that actually works or not. But as a result of that, obviously the array type has changed. So I need to convert all of these into the actual base blueprint class, which is a pain. And then we can do that. And when it comes to working out which thrusters are actually firing or not, I think what we'll do is on a per thruster basis rather than what we're doing here. We will send a reference to the thruster basically using this kind of code that we developed for each thruster location, where if port aft is on at the same time for two different keyboard inputs, then we'll send which keyboard input is actually firing the thruster, and then we'll store that on the thruster. So when we then remove that keyboard input, we're only removing a reference to this particular input. The other one will still remain. So if each individual thruster on its tick is basically looping through an array of strings, then we can work out which one is doing what. And probably furthermore, if we were to make that a map, we could maybe do that with a throttle percentage as well. Let's just try that a sec. So if we make that a string, so if we were to record the input that is being sent and the throttle value that is being sent, then we can have two different inputs at two different throttle values, and it will just use whatever the higher value is, because ultimately that's what will drive the thruster itself. So on tick, oops, let me grab that a minute. I very rarely work with maps, so I have to remind myself every single time how they work. So you want to get, I suppose if the length is higher than 0, I suppose we'll do that first. Yeah, so if the length is higher than 0, then we will set the throttle, not higher than 0 rather, we'll set the throttle to 0. Because that's our early out, basically. Because if there are no inputs, then the thruster doesn't need to be on. So that's nice and simple. And if there are inputs, let's get rid of some of this experimentation out of the way. So if we get our keys, right, yeah, we'll do that. So this will give us our throttle value here as a float for each of those inputs. And all we need to do is make sure that every time we press a key, we add to the input map with our throttle number. And I guess we need a float for that. We'll just call it throttle. If we just set that to 0. Actually, we can probably avoid using a variable completely and just do this. Yeah, so if we get throttle on the nozzle itself, and then if that is higher than that, okay, so if this value is higher, then we want to use that value. If it's not, we want to use the existing value. Bit of a spaghetti mess, but hopefully that makes sense. Probably the cleanest way I can arrange it, but yeah, so so we'll loop through the inputs, and what we're essentially doing is we're setting the actual throttle, the live throttle value, to be the maximum of all of those inputs. There's a couple ways we could do this. We could also add them to an array and get the max from the array, but if we do this, then we can just, it will end up with the maximum value after it's done looping its inputs. And if none of those inputs are higher than the current throttle value, then it will just stay with the current throttle value. And then if there's nothing in there, it will set it to 0. So that on tick should handle the firing of the thruster at its throttle value. which means on the shuttle, what we need to do is for each thruster that we want to fire, we no longer need to take our active, we don't need any of that. All we need to do is get inputs and then add so for each input we need to add a code basically. So if we just call it throttle, I suppose. Yeah, that'll do. And the same here. So obviously we're firing different thrusters each time. And then when it comes to turning them off again, so all we're going to do now is just remove the same thing. So we will remove throttle. Obviously spell it right, otherwise it won't work. So what this should mean is on a per thruster basis, we can have multiple inputs as a named input, like pitch, yaw, etc., up, down. And on a per thruster basis, we'll have multiple inputs tracked at once. So when it's doing its loop through its inputs, it won't turn off when we release the throttle if we're still pitching at the same time. So that should solve the issue we were having with it last time. In fact, let's just unhook these a minute, just so that we can test it without it erroring. Right, so that's the one thruster on the port side should fire and release. Okay, well, it fired. So the question is it then releasing? Yeah, shuttle donuts. So as long as these line up, that should work. Because we're sending a throttle value of 1 when we add it, and then we don't need to send a value when we remove it, we just need to remove it. And then when this is doing its tick, that should be empty. So let's yeah, let's do a bit of spam. Ideally, we only want to debug one of them, if possible. This is one of the problems we were having. The variables weren't passing through. So if debug is true, do a bit of spam, otherwise don't. Wrong button. So aft port aft specifically, where are we? There. We want to show debug. So will it? That's the question. I think no is the answer to that. Make sure we're not doing anything there. I mean, none of that should be doing anything anyway now. So rather than relying on this, which isn't being picked up, let's do that instead. So it should only output debug if there's more than one object in the map. So we've got two thrusters, and yeah, it's not removing the thing we want to remove. So why is that not removing? I wonder whether we have to do a find. No, because that's not going to give us an index. See, that should work. There's always something, isn't there? Let's make sure that it's definitely spelled the same. So, same thruster, same child actor. I think just to remove all shadow of a doubt. Can you? Okay, so rather than casting to the child actor and trying to update the map directly, we might be able to do this via a blueprint interface. Do we have any? No, none. I won't bother with the interaction one. Right, let's make a new blueprint interface and see whether we can sort this out. Actually, do we have one for inputs? No, let's make one then. Blueprint interface. Right, let's call it BPI clusters. Oh, that's good to know. I shall have a look. So if we do add input as a function, and very simply we shall just give it an input ID, and I suppose a value as well, which will be our float. And then we'll do another function for remove input, and this one will just need the string for the input ID. In fact, it need not be a string. We can use actually no, we will use a string because maps the map's set to a string, although it doesn't need to be. I'll leave it as a string for now. It's probably better if we use a name rather than a string, but we'll use a string for now. Right, so if we now implement this interface on here, so BPI thruster, sure I called it that. Oh, thusters. Helps if you spell things properly. There we go. Right. So our add input and remove input, and all these are going to do are add to the map, like so, and then hopefully remove from the map. Okay, because we're doing it directly on the actor itself. Hopefully that will work in ways that the other one didn't. But because we're doing it on here, yeah, we'll leave that there for a minute. In fact, we will... No, we'll leave that for a minute. That can stay as is. Although I think we can just loop that directly, which might make things a little bit more efficient. Yeah, and then we don't need to care about the keys themselves. We just need to take our map value. Yeah, the only time we should ever need the key is removing it, because the thruster doesn't care which inputs it's getting. It only cares about the sum of the throttle values, or rather the highest of the throttle values of all of the inputs. Yeah, so then this should handle the adding and removing. I say should because it's not, but we'll see. So so we shouldn't need to do any of that casting now. We should be able to just literally do add input. Give it our ID and value, and then here all we're doing is remove input. See, with our same value, throttle. That makes things a little bit tidier. Okay, that should literally be it. So we're adding throttle, removing throttle, and then we're leaving the individual thruster to decide whether or not it should be applying throttle based on the inputs it has in its map. Still spinning. Let's just add the display for the arrow a minute. So we know that if we've got an input, then we want our little arrow to be visible so we can see what's going on. And eventually, rather than the arrow, this will be the actual thruster effect, the VFX we do for it. But for now, it's just an arrow. Yeah, so we'll probably retire this. Trying to see whether or not it's actually removing. So yeah, actually let's see what it's adding and what it's removing. So we are adding that. And we are removing hopefully the same thing. See whether or not it actually thinks it's removing it or not. And then we'll see whether or not it is actually removing from the map. I have a suspicion that it's not. No, I removed Common UI completely. I disabled the plugin because there's an issue with menus and mouse input, or rather any kind of peripheral input where it will hide the mouse, because Common UI uses its own virtual pointer to make menu navigation and things easier to implement. I think it's basically like a helper function to make things easier, but the function that does that will always hide the default mouse pointer whenever any kind of input from any external device is received, which is why the cursor always disappeared on menus whenever one had a peripheral plugged in. And I couldn't find any way around it whatsoever. So in the end, I just disabled the common UI plugin. I don't think it provides us anything really that we can't do in other ways. Yeah, I spent weeks and weeks and weeks troubleshooting that problem. Yeah, and as soon as I deleted common UI, all the problems went away. Okay, so we're adding throttle, we're not removing throttle. Have I done something stupid? Oh, look, that's what it is. It was me being stupid. This should work now. Yeah, there we go. Added, removed, added, removed. Great, so none of the other inputs are hooked up right now. So, yeah, that's working perfectly. And we can add and remove the other way as well. Great, so those should be off. Hurrah! Okay, well this is a much cleaner cleaner solution than the one we had, and we no longer need like any of that basically. Yeah, that was just setting the thrust values. Actually, I'll leave those ones in, but like this can now go. It's no longer needed. And then we don't need basically any of that. That can all go. And then we just need to duplicate these. So it doesn't matter that that we're sending the same same input ID to all of these thrusters, because they're all tracking the inputs individually themselves. So these are all isolated like per thruster. Now the true test is going to be whether or not we can hold down two inputs at the same time, and then when we release one of them, the other one should still be firing. That's kind of our litmus test for success. Yes, I get very OCD about blueprint nodes. Must be tidy. Okay, so yeah, so get rid of the adds, place it with remove. Tidy it up a bit. Okay. So that should be the throttle done. So we should have proper forward momentum now. So until we hit a tree, we should go forwards. go, and backwards. And we should be able to do both at once until we hit a tree. And then we have no other controls because they haven't been connected. Great. So basically we have to do this to all of these, annoyingly. It's a necessary evil though, because one of the control issues with the shuttle was again not being able to hold down multiple inputs at the same time that happened to share thrusters, because as soon as you released the button, it would go all over the place. Make sure I get the right ones here. Started and completed. Started and completed. Started and completed. Okay then. I shall try and do this as en masse as possible. So this one is pitch. Oh, thank you. Yeah, the plan is still to release early access around Christmas if we can. If we can't, we want to let people know sooner rather than later. It really depends on how much of the base functionality we get done between now and then, because obviously we want early access to be as much of a vertical slice as possible, which means all of the gameplay implemented as basically as needed. So we don't intend for early access to be like everything finished and polished, but certainly everything that we want to do implemented to some extent. So at least all of the planned gameplay loops are playable, if not beautified. So there's probably still going to be a bunch of grey boxing in the game, but with the actual systems implemented to a certain degree. No, it's all good. It's a valid question. Obviously, the NPC stuff on the bridge has taken like forever to do, and it's not just been the NPC stuff. I've also been doing the core computer stuff as well, which is another one of the game systems that needed doing for early access. And again, working on the shuttle as we are on streams, we are building something which is needed for early access. So I'm making sure that everything we do between now and Christmas is specifically to serve what's needed for early access. Obviously, the biggest things are role-placed gameplay across the whole ship, the ability to do science, bring things up from planetary surfaces and perform science on them, for that science to be meaningful in some way. Usually it's going to be for unlocking alien languages. That's like the first reason we're going to need it. Actually, let's call that up down. Yeah, and then having kit bashed alien ships in the game that you can interact with physically. They'll shoot at you, you'll shoot at them, that sort of stuff. The ability to have procedural conversations with alien species when you hail them, and obviously the science gameplay will come into that for unlocking their languages. And the ability to leave the ship and transition down to surface environments, which is why obviously we need the shuttle, because that's what the shuttle is for. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that needs doing for early access, but all of it's kind of in motion in parallel. So as much as we're not releasing as many updates as we were, but then we've got so many more kind of balls in the air with all the things we're juggling, like the volumetric gas giants, the shuttle, the core computer system for the computer room, the NPC stuff on the bridge, planetary landings. That's something else we were doing in parallel. So we've got all these different gameplay pillars that are all in progress, and hopefully as we approach early access, those things will start coming together, and forming more sort of cohesive bits of gameplay within the game. I'm certainly hoping to see proper sublight flight done and dusted in the next update, and then it's going to be a case of getting the comms gameplay done, and sublight flight is going to include things like wormholes, which are all kind of done and ready to go pretty much. We just need the sublight flight in so that you can collide with them in order to trigger entry into the wormhole. And it kind of plant-like alien structures. So in planetary rings, we want to have some of those planetary rings have kind of alien life, in the sense that it's not kind of sentient alien life. It's more like a coral or a plant, but something kind of growing, these big kind of structures that exist that are organic in nature. They'll be one of the first things we add in terms of stuff outside of the ship that you can scan and have a look at. So things like that should come relatively soon. I imagine the full loop of being able to walk off the bridge, walk down to the shuttle bay, get in a shuttle, fly that shuttle either to a planetary surface or an alien station, get out, and then explore that environment. That's the full loop that the early access is really kind of depending on, because everything else all the other gameplay kind of stems from that. So yeah, what we're doing right now is a huge part of that. So yeah, that's what we're going to be doing most. So yeah, it's kind of a long answer to a simple question, and I think it's going to be a case of if we can hit the Christmas 2026 target, brilliant. If we can't, we'll let you know a good couple of months in advance. I mean, Claire was kind of toying with the idea of October to kind of formally decide whether or not we're going to early access in Christmas or not. But we'll see. We'll see how much I can get done between now and then. These things never go as quickly as you want them to. It's also my birthday in October, so if we say October 25th, which is my birthday, and we'll decide kind of after my birthday whether or not we're making Christmas or not. I'll tidy them up later. Let's just get them connected for now. Thank you. No, I am taking time for myself. Things like working on the volumetric gas giant, I class that as taking time for myself, because my happy place is very much working on the galaxy systems. Like I could quite happily just do nothing but that. And I imagine, in the future, once we've got people, properly buying the game on Steam and stuff, I will probably take more of a back seat when it comes to game systems, and I'll be focusing more on the galaxy, and we'll just have other developers working on game systems. Because it means I get to focus on the stuff that matters most to me. So I can exist in my happy place, just designing and building the galaxy. And starships, of course. Right, unless I've missed something, that should be all of them hooked up now. So we should have full control back over the shuttle, and furthermore, we should have multiple inputs at once. So let's see. I'm not 48 yet. Yeah, the character system we definitely want to outsource, because that's really not my area of expertise. I don't do characters and animations and all that stuff. So yeah, we'll farm that out to a third party, and they'll be able to do a much better job of it than me. Okay, so we seem to have roll working, pitch working, yaw working, translate up and down seems to be working. I've just messed it up. There we go. Right, so what we couldn't do before and what all of this fuss was supposed to fix. And if I get some altitude a minute, we'll give this a try. So what I want to be able to do is thrust down whilst also pitching up and down. So the 4 thrusters that'll be firing up should continue to fire up after I'm doing pitch inputs. Okay, that should be that. Slow down a bit. Okay, so thrusting down, pitching, there we go. So I'm pitching the nose up and down, and the 4 thrusters that are pushing us back down towards the surface continue to fire because there is still an entry in the map that tells them to do so. And we're adding and removing the pitch input, but we're keeping the up-down input. So if I release now, it should say removed up-down. Yeah, there we go. So pitch, 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 up, down, up, down. So that should, on the whole, make the shuttle much easier to fly, because we can now have overlapping control inputs. So I can change the roll profile while still thrusting up to slow the shuttle down. Yeah, that already feels much nicer to fly. So let's put it to the test and see if we can go and land on that little hill over there. Although I may not have enough fingers for this. Remembering, of course, that we are on zero gravity mode. So it's flying as if it's in a zero-G environment. We've yet to add the atmospheric flight model. Try to look for a flat bit. Still tricky-ish to fly, I guess, because it's fully Newtonian. You really need to kind of have your wits about you. I think there's like a divot there. Panic thrusters, panic thrusters. Okay, I think we're down. Quick, get out before it goes somewhere. Got to jump on it to hold it down. But yeah, so I think the non-atmospheric flight model, I think is working pretty well now. So the next step in this is to start building the atmospheric flight model, where gravity is taken into account, and obviously we need those those landing thrusters underneath, stabilizing it. And again, it needs to start flying like a drone does, where we've obviously got our 4 points of thrust firing down at all times, like a drone with propellers. And then as you fly around, it will handle like a drone does. So it'll be like a big chunky FPV drone for the most part. Yeah, so the other thing I guess we wanted to do with the shuttle control-wise is we wanted to increase the thrust output of the rear engines, because this is max thrust right now, and as you can see, the acceleration is pretty poor. I mean, the top speed is currently unlimited, so it will just keep getting faster and faster. Obviously we need to do something with that as well and apply some maximum velocity to it. But as I continue to hold down the thruster, we should continue to get faster and faster. Oh, how have I pressed the right button? I may have errored. Oh, that was close. So I still haven't stopped thrusting forwards, so this is still getting faster and faster. Yeah, I guess these are the kind of speeds that we were hoping for. I mean, we want to be able to zip around. Oh no, this is going to hurt. Oh. Yeah, we want to be able to zip around planets and kind of do canyon runs and that sort of thing. Abandon shuttle! Abandon shuttle! Hooray for no fall damage. So, yes. So when it comes to the thrust itself, we definitely have an issue with these default values that we're setting on the child actor not passing through. See if we can clean that up a bit. Yeah, so basically yes, we do need, yeah, obviously indicated airspeed and things like that depend on atmospheric density, so that will have to be a thing, and yes, drag will also be a thing. Thank you, Vindens. Yeah, so all these things will have to come together once we do the atmospheric flight model, and having drag values increase with atmospheric density, that's easy enough. That's just a couple of floats we can pass through to the physics model, so that shouldn't be an issue. Like I said, we won't have like a properly calculated lift model, so we're not going to do like lifting body physics or anything like that. But yeah, we'll do drag for slowing down in atmospheres, but predominantly it's going to fly like an FPV drone essentially. Yeah, I forgot the power part. First is yes, we'll be able to fly underwater. I definitely want like underwater exploration to be a thing, That would be very cool to take a shuttle down under the sea and go down and, you know, look at stuff under the water, like some old ruin under the sea or something. I think that would be very, very, very cool to do. And yes, of course, stresses and structural issues aside, we'll sci-fi that one. Of course, of course. Yeah, escape velocities and such. Yes, that will have to be a factor, and there will have to be some planets where there'll be some kind of warning on the HUD before you go down to say that yeah, this is a high gravity world. It might be beyond the capabilities of your thrusters to escape. In which case, if you choose to go down to that world, then it might be the case that you are quite literally stuck there, or the shuttle pancakes because it doesn't have the thrust requirements to get up again or land smoothly. But we'll have to see. Obviously, that's going to be like version 2, version 3 of the system. We need to get it implemented first. I think limiting speed by altitude can definitely be a thing. So if we want to get up into space, obviously we need to fly up to a certain altitude where we do the transition from surface to space, and we don't want that to take too long. So it might be the case that the closer to the surface you are, the more we limit or we cap velocity. So as you rise up above the surface, you get quicker and quicker. We'll just we'll tie that to atmospheric density. Yeah. I mean, we're not going to have it so players go to places that they can't escape without fair warning. If it is a high gravity, and the nice thing is because we're doing that transition between space and the surface, you need to actively choose to take the shuttle down beyond that point. Because when you reach that transition point, you will make the decision, you know, am I going to actually transition to the surface environment? At that point is when gravity would take over. So when you're in the orbital environment, it'll be locked to the orbital physics. If you then cross the threshold and you get teleported down into the surface environment, then it's a different flight model. Gravity takes effect, and you know, then you have all the problems that might bring. Just tidy up all this now that we don't need debugs anymore. Okay, so that's handling our VFX, which is just arrows for now. That's just managing our throttle. Yeah, so the one thing that we now need to sort out is the max thrust calculation. So what we should do is pass max thrust through like that to the actual nozzle. And then this max thrust variable should be being set from the parent. So we shouldn't need to set anything else here. I mean, no, we shouldn't need to, because we're setting that thrust variable there. And then of course for the main engines we've set it to something high. let's go ahead and remove that. And I don't think we needed that anymore, did we? No. No. Okay. Don't need to set that externally, so that can go as well. Okay, so it might be the case that we have to configure it via the blueprint interface as opposed to doing it from there. I was hoping that setting it here would be all we needed to do. So if we set that both there and there. So if we still don't have crazy high thrust, what's going on here? Oh yeah. Don't need these anymore. Yeah, so if we still don't have our stupidly high thrust, then we'll have to do it with a blueprint interface. Yeah, so we're still accelerating like very slowly, which we don't want. So if we add set max thrust, and we just give it a float. Okay, so that's obviously not working. So we'll pop it down here, grab our interface. Stop it. Right, so we can just set that when we add things like our inputs, we can define a max thrust there as well. But we'll do that just the once on begin play. So the rest of them can use their defaults. Yeah, we don't need any of that anymore, so that can go away. If we get that, 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 and that. Do this up here a minute as a test. So we want to get child actor. So we're referencing the right thing. Set max thrust. And then tidy it up if it lets me. Okay, let's give them all a stupid value. That's more like it. Yeah, we're going so fast now we can't go up. No. Make sure we can brake. Yeah, I think we'll tweak things like pitch and roll. Like the up and down thrusters and the pitch and the roll don't necessarily all need to be the same values. We don't want it to be too twitchy. But yeah, we definitely have plenty of forward and reverse thrust now, so that's good. Should be able to make it down to the beach, say, down there. Whoa. Yeah, I should definitely need to make the pitch and the roll not quite so sensitive there, because they are now way too twitchy. Be able to get down to the beach. Yeah, so that's a lot more difficult to fly. Okay, so if we set our defaults on the nozzle to 500, which is what we have before. And we should have our same less twitchy control whilst retaining the much quicker main engines. Yeah, that feels nicer. Much less twitchy and easier to actually fly. Okay, so align with the beach. Wasn't quite the angle I was going for. Oh, no, no. Ah! Speed is not your friend. But no, good. So that solves all the problems. Oh yeah, I'll show you what the water looks like. I think it did actually have a built-in water shader. Let me just double check. Yeah, I guess the other thing we can do is, rather than just going straight from 0 to 1 on the throttle, we can ramp up. So the longer you hold your finger on the button, it will ramp up, or rather it will interpolate from 0 to 1 smoothly, which would be a bit nicer, I think. I'll try not to go quite so fast this time. I got a bit keen. Bloop. And now we're exploring under the sea. Yeah, so obviously we need to make sure that we mask off the inside of the shuttle so that it's not full of water. But yeah, I think there's definitely some value to being able to explore under the oceans, you know, see marine life and stuff on planets. I think that would be pretty cool, especially if we do, you know, have ruins and things under the water. It would be nice to explore them. You know, the one thing the water doesn't have right now is actual water physics, so you know, if I was to get out, I would just fall to the ground. But yeah, so that's how that's coming along. Right then, so we've solved our thrust input setting problem. No idea why setting default values here is being ignored. That's not behavior I've experienced before, but the workaround works. That's the main thing. And we've got our thrusters working with multiple concurrent inputs as well, which means we can get rid of that debug, which is nice. Okay, so yeah, I think that is everything we needed to do. Control-wise, we can start doing atmospheric flight in the next stream perhaps, but now that all that's working, in fact, if we save all of that, let's start making more of the interior for this, because we want to be able to start building the shuttle from separate pieces rather than all one solid mesh, so that we can you know, repair and maintain and remove and add and that sort of thing. Yeah, exactly, Illusion. It's weird. I don't know why it's completely ignoring the default values. It's weird. It's only a child actor. It shouldn't be doing anything like that, but c'est la vie. Yeah, and make the door work. We can add a door control. It's not a bad shout actually if we add a door control. We need to kind of make a final decision on how the door is going to work at the back, so that we can position it appropriately. He does, yeah. Looks kind of creepy. He's wearing somebody else's face. Yeah, where did we get to on Friday. So we did, yes, we did the internal frame structure there, which defines that. And we've got those sections which define those wall panels. Yeah, I'm really torn on the best way to handle the framework structure, because if we grab that and that a minute. So obviously these are the frames that will go along the length of the shuttle. Now they're all lined up nice and neatly with the internal ribbing. Now the chairs obviously overlap the frame lines, which means we would have to perhaps have offset frames, which structurally isn't necessarily ideal. Although, if we're drawing around the window, then I guess perhaps that's not quite so much of a bother. Because if we had... yeah, so we're going to need a frame that goes around the window frame. And I guess if we use this dividing line here as where this splits. Because it means those ones are going to have to move over. And so are these. Now they should be reasonably parallel to one another with minimal change. Obviously these ones are ever so slightly different, but I will perhaps unify them all. I'm not sure I did illusion, no. The it's difficult to actually turn that off, and you can see. Yeah, so the actual framework skin is what makes way for the window hole. In fact, if we hide those for a minute, so that's this. And then the internal ribbing stops short of the window frame. I am stuck in the wall. And then we'll have a ring frame around that, kind of mirroring the lateral frame that goes around here. Yeah, so that's essentially where I'm going with it. So these ones need to move to make room for the chairs. And then above the chairs, we'll use the 50 centimeter gaps that we already have. So we need to separate essentially the floor frames from the angled frames. And then the angled ones need to all be uniform. So if we take, because they do curve up a little bit. Not hugely, but there's definitely an element of curve there. So if we take like that one, and what I'll do is I'll simplify the geometry, because we need to get rid of these stupid bits anyway. Yeah, then ideally that needs to line up to that edge anyway. So if we define an interior width so if we say, see, ideally it'd be nice if it was a meter, but I think we're slightly back from that, so that's 99.1, so kind of 1 centimeter off. Scoop that over a bit to there, and then we can line up to that edge for everything else. So out of interest, actually, why is that over there? Why aren't you lined up? Yeah, so I think originally I measured it as a meter, and then obviously because we've started rounding off the edges around there, it's pulled that in a little bit, so the meter is to there. So we've lost, also with the frame coming out as well, we've lost about 8 millimeters. So what if we were to do 99.5, that puts us there. And then that would be what? 99.2. Alright, I think we'll use that. Yeah, and then we're still reasonably on it all the way across until we get to here. We might just need to pull that one in a bit. Yeah, I'll move those bits over ever so slightly just to make them fit, because I kind of want to keep them consistent as much as we can, although we have begun our curve by that point. Yeah, we're going to have a couple of big shuttles as well. So we'll have something kind of more like a coach. A shuttle bus, indeed. Okay, I think for each one of these then, what we'll do is we'll line them up to there, and then we'll cut them so that we've got actual proper straight, non-messed up geometry for each one. Yeah, and I'll make those bits separately. So 1.25. Actually, no. These ones are only a centimetre, so 0.5, 0.5, 2, 1, 2. Right, so that should be the same height as that one exactly, which it is. And then that can just come across, I guess, and join up with that. Okay, so we want all the other ones basically to line up to that same point. So down to there, across to there. Yeah, and then I'll create that face. So I want to go straight up to there. How much off is it to go up further? No, I think there is probably the best spot. So basically I'm just creating a simplified version of that edge. So that we can have a consistent one for every segment. So it still has its slight curve, but it's a much cleaner geometry. And then basically delete the rest of them from that point down. Hey Melissa, good to see you. Yeah, so the Caravella was definitely going to be part of early access, because obviously the base game, the base sandbox, we're intending to release for free, but we need something to help fund ongoing development, so we'll do that Founders Edition with the Caravella included, along with anything else we think would be good. Like a Founders Edition mission patch or something like that. This one might be an awkward one, but let's see how much how much messing about it's going to need. Right, so by moving those from there, obviously we want to replace those with those ones, but yeah, we need to separate out actually those two ends. So if we do that, right, just have that butt up against there. Then we'll need a separate straight bit, because the straight bit is going to adhere to our 50 centimeter separation. So we just need to make sure this one's its own actor. Or own group rather, because I'm not in Unreal now, I'm in SketchUp, so I need to use SketchUp language. Right, yeah, so that can go to there, that can go to there-ish. Those are unique anyway, so they can stay as is. That one goes to there, that one goes to there. And now we're free to move these kind of sideways separately from the other bits. This creates the shape we needed. Let's get rid of those a minute. Okay, so that needs to line up with that side. That one needs to line up with the other side. So they should have the same, there should be a whole number distance between them, which it isn't. Okay. That should be one seat's worth of gap there. So the distance from there to there, 44.4, should be the same as there to there, which is not. Okay, so which means that chair is in fact not in the middle. Oh yeah, I can see that just by looking at it actually. Okay, so that's, do that again, I think it glitched. So the middle of the chair needs to line up with the middle of that. Exactly there. So the distance that side, which is 38.1, should be the same as this side, 38.1. And obviously those chairs are all the same size. I guess the panel... panel size... I could maybe make them a little bit wider. Not that it's hugely needed. Just realised the door's in the wrong place. Let's just move that over a minute. So from there to there, that's the frame, which means that needs to line up to the middle of that, which it already is. Okay, so this one's good. Right, so borrow some of these then. So we need one. That needs to line up with that. That needs to line up with that. On that side. That one can go the other way, that side. Right, so that creates our offset frame. And we can put the chairs back together. So that one goes to there. That one goes to there. Okay. And then we simply need to move these frames over to line up with the internal bits, and then sort out this one. So that goes to there, and I may as well copy it to there. Get rid of that one. Okay. Right, so that's what we end up with, where we've got a gap for each chair, and they'll have their own brackets and things hanging off of that. So just to sort of clean that up after the fact, you need to make sure that this wonky edge is straightened off, because that's far too wonky. That's an artifact of subdividing it. It's moved it all off, but it's made it a bit wibbly wobbly. But as long as we make our custom pieces the same straightness, then we'll be all right. Yeah, and that one's where the outer frame has started to pull in. But I think what I'll do is have it pull out straight up until here, and then we'll pull it in from the nose, basically. So the nose will start the curve, and up to that point it will stay straight. That just means that the back section remains perfectly consistent all the way through. Otherwise we're having to start dealing with a weird curve on the back of the chair, which doesn't need to be there. That's just creating problems for the sake of it. Right, okay, so the point of doing this, of course, is to define our frame lines so that we can define our paneling. And if we're using that line as our actual line, let's just draw that in a minute and see how far off we are generally. Yeah, it's basically straight. It's just obviously it's got these warped bits which are deviating from the path. So let's fix that. Leave that little bit on the end because that's going to need reconciling. Right, that's better. That gives us a straight edge to work against for drawing the panels. And we'll need to sort out these bits as well so that they're also like fully aligned. Although, given that those ones are all off ever so slightly, I am tempted to move that back a bit. I might make unified versions of these as well, although they're more difficult because the ceiling does start slanting down genuinely, which means each one of these is going to have a slightly different curve. But at least these bits can line up. I mean, ultimately, each one of those side ceiling panels are going to have to be unique anyway. I'm trying to get away with copy pasting as much as I can, but with such an organic shape, they are going to have to be unique. And then just line that up for good measure. Right, that should be all the frame lined up to itself. So when we start drawing out paneling, it should be consistent. And most importantly, the panel we make for there will also fit there, there, and there. So we're not having to redo work, which is the main thing. Yeah, so I suppose we've also got the join from the floor. Just going to have to come up through there. That's fine. So we're going to need a little attachment point. Okay, so that will eventually be a weld line. Once we apply the weld shader to it. So just add that to there. And the whole thing can become a component. Yeah, then we'll bring that in a tiny bit. So basically we need to define like how far in and out the bolt holes are going to be, 4 for each panel. So I'm thinking about there. So obviously we then need to do that every panel. Although in this instance there is only the one panel, so they'd sit over there. Then we'd have the opposite of that on this side. All good, thanks Melissa. That's what we're doing now, in fact. Hey Dongo, how are you doing? Yeah, this is an awkward bit on the floor here because we've got an uneven number of segments. So here it's kind of nice. You just have a three frame wide panel. But here you've got 2 that are different. So I think, again, I'm not wanting to mess with the frame lines too much, because doing that means obviously these frame lines go all the way through, like through the floor as well. So if we move any of these interior struts, it also affects what's underneath, because there'll be holes cut through here. So, and we could just No, so we can't because there'll be a hole there. Makes it nice and awkward. Oh, unless we make that. Yeah, we could make that an actual box section under the floor, which would solve that, which means if we make that unique a minute, that gives me an idea. So I could even these out like this. So that's doable. Except the other way around. So yeah, so this would be in the middle, and then that one would be the side one. Same there as well. Right, that creates our two box areas. And ultimately we do the same here as well. So what that creates is 3 floor cavities where we can obviously have that access for hardware in the floor cavity. So then we have a box section that we're building around it. So the maximum span is just shy of 1.5 meters, which isn't terribly huge. Does mean though that these are probably too far in, but we can move them out a bit as needed. And in fact, let's do that now. So if we do that and that, probably more like that. And then we can also weld some non-bolted tabs on the edges just as support for the floor. Although the panel is resting on this beam, so yeah, the panel rests along there. It wouldn't hurt to have a few tabs sticking out just to hold it in place. Yeah, so we can actually do two panels on the side there. Yeah, so one panel there, one there, big one there with a removable hole in it. Same with these ones, and I guess where we have the removable section in the middle, we can always have another bit of framework inside that just to give it a bit more structural support. the same thing here. We'd have panel there, panel there, panel there. It's nice when you start getting to this point because you're at the point then where you're actually defining like finalized structure, which is nice to see. Okay, so what I was going to do with certainly on these side bits here was have a lip that goes around. So really I could do with that being mirrored on that side, then have that be a separate strip. Rather than have that go all the way around. Yeah, then have that go all the way up as well. So that'll be a lip that goes all the way around there, and the same on that side. What's going on with that? So the reason we want to keep all of these consistent is so that it maximizes our copy pasting ability. Although, what's going on there? Weird. That's more like it. So basically the panel that connects to here will curve and connect to that, and then this panel will connect to the attachment points there. So we need to also put some above. Trying to keep the spacing consistent. So it's a slightly different angle because it's on that curved bit. So ideally we're going to need that, and also there, which means we're going to have a thin strip. So I'll have the same thing on that side. So curve there, thin strip each side, chair in the middle, and that chair will be the same width as these, although we could potentially make this one a wider panel with a chair on it, so that we've got more maintenance space behind it. Come on camera, you can do it. Yeah, it gives us more maintenance space behind if we do it that way. Yeah, probably we'll do it that way. Okay, so back to the floors. Yeah, so they'll be held on just with those bolt holes through there. We don't need to worry about the little lip that goes up, but it does mean those attachment points behind will need to be moved up a bit because of the lip on the floor panel. So yeah, they're going to have to be moved up to about there for the wall. Potentially, Delta, yes. I mean, the usual quest for symmetry that I go for tends to end up making me put things in the middle. But yes, there's no reason why it couldn't be offset. We'll see how much room we end up with. But I do intend for the whole ceiling section here to be lockers. It's like overhead lockers, basically. Just wondering how I'm going to reconcile that curve with that lip, because they're very much a different design. I think what I might do is abandon that lip idea in favor of having something built into the panel instead, so we can still have the same light at the bottom, just with a flat floor panel, and we'll put the light on the wall panel instead, or just embed the strip into the floor maybe, but we'll see. Because ideally the floor needs to tuck underneath the wall panel. Alright, yeah, let's get rid of that one a sec. Yeah, so we're also going to actually need a couple of brackets for the wall panel on here, unless we just rely on these. Probably the easier way of doing it. Yeah, I think I will actually, just for simplicity's sake. Which means that this panel can go snug all the way up to the wall. So there. Yeah, then I guess equal to there, so that it's resting on that edge. Okay, so we'll have two of those like that. They should be equal enough that we can duplicate them. Yeah, you'll see what I mean in a sec when I do the door surround. With brackets around the edge here, basically it will hold on all the way around, so it'll be pinned around its circumference, and then just sit flush against the metal there with its rubber backing. Did do that one, that's fine then. Let's drag that across there to give us our actual edge. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, so it just kind of clips on. Yeah. Yeah, clip it onto the L-shaped bits and then just screw it into place. Makes sense. Oh yeah, I said I wasn't going to leave a gap around these actually. I'll leave a gap at the edge, but not where carpet meets carpet. So we'll have a gap around the edge so that you've got that separation between the carpet edge and what's happening there. But where carpet meets carpet, I'll keep it flush. On there a minute, and then I can grab it again on this side. Yep. Okay, so that's one. And obviously they all need to be separate panels that are independently positionable. So we need to build a snapping grid for each of those objects. So I need to export each panel as a separate object. Now, assuming I measured this correctly, we should be able to have two identical copy-pasted panels in there without it overlapping or doing anything weird. Yep, just need to flip it. Yeah, so carpet meets carpet that side, and then carpet has the gap on the other side. So they are basically both the same object. Copy paste win. And then we should have the same here, although these ones are slightly different size, but same again. So we'll get rid of those ones. To be honest, I may as well copy that one. May as well just edit the ones we've got. So make it unique. Pop that over there. Line that up to the middle if I can. There we go. Same with that one. Line it up to there. Okay, so slightly different scenario here because we've got some middle ones which only line up with carpet each side. So that one is a flipped version of the end panel. So that can just line up on that edge as normal. But then we need a third version of it here where the carpet lines up with itself. So we make that one unique. Just line those up. Now we can copy that one across. Okay. Okay, so those, yeah, that's the interior layout there. Definitely need to push this section back a bit. which I shall do and then re-subdivide. Just to make sure that the back section is consistent all the way across, and we'll just need to have this bit a little bit straighter so that the curve doesn't start till here, and then it will curve to a point. Okay, then I think the rear section there, I think, is straight enough that we can ensure consistency with our 3 panels being the same. And then, yeah, and then these ones will have to be unique because of the slope in the ceiling. But I'll straighten these ones off. This doesn't need to be sloped at all in there. Can't really avoid it on this bit though. So again, we need a smoother version of that, and I think how much further down are we? Because I'm thinking it would be nice to straighten this all the way across. That really depends on how much lower down it is. 2 millimeters. I think we can. I think we can sort out 2 millimeters. Right, so from there to there is exactly 198, so that's exactly 2 meters to there. Okay. So I'm thinking yeah, let's chop this one on this side. And now we can do a consistent and reliable measurement across there. Yeah, so that bit is below that bit, so that's going to need adjustment. So we are about 3 millimeters off, which isn't a huge amount, but it will need a little bit of adjustment. So at its worst then, we are about 0.5 centimeter off. So what I want to do is make again a consistent one of these, which we can copy paste across these sections, and all of these ones can be unique, but at least these ones will all be very precise. which also means this panel can be perfectly flat as well. So if we grab, which one's closest? So you are down a little bit, so are you. Okay, it doesn't hurt the curve too much. Yeah, and I'll just do a slightly less janky version of this. Basically, I'll just trace over the main geometry. This just removes all the weird little inconsistent bits that we had. That's better. Oh yeah, and also have that come across to there as well. Okay. So it's definitely 50, so I can get rid of that one. Move that one over 50. And then that one should be slightly less. Yep, 49.5. Okay. Yeah, so the outer profile of this really needs to match this. So if I grab a copy of that, I can stick that on there, and we know kind of how off it is and where. So that would just need to be joined together. Okay. So now that we've done that, we've got a nice straight ceiling and a consistent repeatable curve. So we can have 3 identical panels. Well, identical-ish, because the gap from there to there, it's wider in the middle than it is on the sides. So if we split that into 3, then we can make it absolutely the same size by just shunting that over a little bit. Same with this one. Right, so the gap between each one should now be identical. So we've got 49.3 there and 48.8 there and 49.3 there. So why? Oh, I know why. It's because we're measuring from side to side. I need to measure from middle to middle. So from there to there, 49.2, 49.2, and 49.2. Right, now they're in the middle. Right, that means all 3 panels can be identically sized. Although, that having been said, we wanted to do that lip, didn't we? So if we were to put that there and that there, yeah, then we get the lip from that one and that one, which will be identical on both sides, which means we then just need the one panel in the middle there. Yeah, so we'd have that one going all the way around, that one going all the way around, panel there, seat in the middle there, which is either as wide as these 2 panels combined, or we put a couple of strips in. Undecided as to which. As well, put these on here. Oh no, I can't do that because it's going to put them everywhere. I won't do that. So same as before, try and give it the same separation if we can. Helps if I can find the edge. Okay, there we go. Just align them there. Yeah, and then we'll stick the other ones at the top here. Do that one first, it's easiest. Oh, no, that way around. Oh no, I had it right the first time, didn't I? Right. So that should be the panels defined from there. And I guess we don't need that one on the ceiling panel because we'll just have one panel. Doesn't need to have multiple brackets. Which does beg the question whether we need that brace in the middle there, but may as well keep it for now. Getting season up. Okay, so the most awkward bit of this is going to be the door surrounds. Each one is difficult in its own way, so I'm wondering whether this outer door needs to be quite as tall as that. It doesn't really need to be that tall. It only needs to be as tall as this one, so that can come down a bit. That'll make that easier modelling wise around there. Because we've got more space basically to work with. So if we just bring that down to there. And bring that down to there. This bit needs fixing anyway, because I need to merge that curve onto that so it's not all higgledy-piggledy. Right, so those door frames are now the same height, which means we can make our outer door slightly shorter as well. Just gives us more geometry to work with around the back. Okay, so what do we want from this? I guess if we define our curve first, may as well do the most difficult one first, just to get that out of our lives. Okay, so that is 15.1. So if we say, I guess we can't go any further forward than the bracket, so 10's pushing it, although we could always make the wall panel brackets not quite as wide, maybe. Right, let's go in 9, let's see. So 9, 9, 9. Right, and we need to define the layers of the panel so that we know. Actually, let's component this up a minute so that we can see what we're doing. Right, so we know for a fact we're going to have a 0.5 rubber surround because we always do. That's kind of our thing. Right, so there's that bit. And then depending on the panel design, I guess we do want some wood for the window surround. So I guess we'll use that same wooden trim around the door surround as well. So that means we want, I guess if we make that thin, because it's the shuttle, and then the white panel, it kind of gives us those kind of dimensions. So the corner arc would be that, and obviously each layer gets subsequently wider. I'll make that ever so slightly more polyrific. Don't know what the word would be for that. Higher polygon count. So that would be the profile of that, and then I guess we also then need to go up to there because that's the edge. Normally, we'd leave a gap between the wooden bit and the white bit, but I'm thinking, given that it's a shuttle and we don't want the wall to be too wide, because that's an inch, might be able to afford 0.5 centimetre, maybe. Maybe. Let's give it a try. Yeah, that would give us that. So we'd have so a 0.5 centimetre gap there, but then a further maybe a further 0.5 there. And that would be our profile for the panel. To make sure we leave room enough for rounding the edges, because with that only being 1 centimetre thick, if we were rounding that off, it doesn't give us much room. Yeah, 0.5 centimetre at most. Okay. Hello, Distracto-Cat. How are you today? So the interesting thing that we have to do with this is we need to wrap this round this curve and have the profile maintain its direction all the way through. So I think what I'll do is I'll grab the edge from that. Hello. She just shook dribble into my face. Thanks. Let's extend that out a minute. I'm not sure which of these two was the actual legit one, so I'm going to delete both. We'll recopy that one across. Okay. So we've got a slight join that we need to do there. See how that comes out. Might need to straighten that off a little bit. Then we shall continue this line down through the floor, because we want that extrusion to go all the way through, so we can slice it off at the bottom. Okay, so we'll put that on there. Guzzling my shrimp tank. Thirsty cat. Right, if we make these separate groups a minute, so they don't all overlap one another. So we want to take our line that we drew, pop that on there, and have it complain. I see. Wrong way around, but yeah, that basically is what I'm thinking of. Hang on, let's rotate this a minute. So yeah, that back edge needs to be aligned to that. Let's fix that little kink down the middle over here. That's more like it. So that will go around as one solid piece on both ends, obviously with a different door frame in the middle of each one. And this is where we have to be careful with the radius of the curve, because we need some geometry to work with for the detail, so it's awkward if it's not a flat face. But I think that'll be okay. Yeah. Right, let's just make sure we copy that path before we do the extrude, otherwise we'll lose it. Let's pop it onto each layer a minute. Right, so if we pop that over there, so I'm going to mirror this on both sides of that door frame, and something similar here as well. So obviously it's going to have to be slightly different because of the curve of everything, but I thought it'd be nice if we had something similar there, so that each section of the shuttle is kind of bookended by these curved bits, kind of like that. Just kind of gives you that kind of visual separation between each section. Don't know why there are bits on the floor. They can go away. Yeah. But again, this one's going to be awkward because you can see the level of the ceiling has already come down significantly through the height of that, so you might have to do something slightly different at that end. But I think that's a nice way of sort of presenting the glass panel by having this bit kind of come out slightly in the same way that we do for door frames. Speaking of, I need to make sure we just seal this off. And we can make the other ones unique and cut through our door geometry. To be honest, now that we've kind of drawn that arc, these panels can just be extruded across from these ones. Makes life a bit easier. Okay, next. Okay, same again. this in a sec to cut off these little bottom bits. Last one. Okay, and now you need to work out where the floor height is. So I guess it's about there. It's difficult to adjust this on the fly because it's a sloped edge, so we can't just kind of extrude it up and down as desired. So if we go with our minimum floor height for now, then we can always trim it back a bit more later as needed. So just take a copy of that face. Effects. Let's move this one up 0.5. So intersect, and then we should be able to just chop that bit off. Same again. Intersect. Chop the bottom off. Okay. Okay, so there's our layered sections. We'll make that middle one the wooden section. Okay, So the next thing I need to do is make those ones unique. Because the door holes are different sizes. So we need to work out basically the gap around everything, and then how we're gonna cut that in. For now, if we just do the basic shape, yeah, so let's extrude 0.5 for that, then another 0.5 for the middle bit. Those are our 3 cutting faces. So the first one gets used on this layer. Which of course it messed up, because of course it did. Oh, I see why. Because it doesn't go all the way to the floor. That's more like it. If we do that one there next. Good. Right, let me use the same face for both of these ones. Okay, and we have a door frame. So what we've basically done is just aligned the geometry to the existing frame, and then left room underneath for the floor panel with a bit of a lip all the way around. Once I'm happy with the distances between everything, at that point I will then start rounding it off and trimming it back and all that stuff. Although, speaking of trimming it back, it needs to be over there. It's more like it. Again, just making sure we maintain a consistent lip all the way around. So yeah, so for the ceiling and curved panels, this should be a relatively simple affair, because all we need to do really is take the existing geometry we've got here and just use that. So if we group all these up a minute and component them up, let's make sure we get this in the right place. So that's the top bit done. And we just need to decide where our join is going to be here. And I guess the most logical place is going to be in the middle of this beam. I guess, actually, because we're going to need that bottom bit, aren't we? So I'll just grab these out. Okay, weird. Why is that not doing that? Sigh. There's a lot of unnecessary messing about. Hopefully this one won't be as troublesome. Yeah, that's fine. Much better. So yeah, we just separate out the various bits now. So that one goes 0.5. Oh. Helps if I do it on the right layer. Come on, SketchUp, you can do it. Same again on this side. And this is just creating all of the overlaps and separations between the paneling. Looks like a big gap, but it's actually only 1 centimeter. Right, so all we need to do now is simply join this up. Forgot to move this side as well. I see what I've done. Made it not quite wide enough. Better. Yeah, you can start to see like the structure and how the paneling is attached and everything now. It's starting to come together. Okay, we've got 10 minutes left, so I'll see if I can get at least this back section done. And then we'll get that exported and have a look at, see what it looks like in Engine. Let's do this bit, this should be easy enough. Of course, we also need to bear in mind that these are double width panels. Right, so that would be our chair. If we steal this one a minute. Oh, separate object. Useful. Yeah, so I'm thinking what we'll do is, same as we do in a lot of other places, we'll cut out the white panel to reveal the wooden layer behind. So we kind of get that patterning. It's probably going to be easier if I first of all work out actual dimensions. Without getting stuck in everything. That's going to be a pain there, so I'm going to have to move that down a bit, which means the chair back's going to have to come down slightly as well. So we'll do something like that. And then we'll attach the seat kind of to that area. Maybe not exactly like that, but certainly something like that. And that will become the seat panel. Yeah, and then we just have a little filler panel on either side. Okay. Right, let's grab all of that a minute. Stick it on there. Change the color of that so it's distinct from the wall paneling. I think it's the same with all that as well. Because we want the metalwork to be a different color to the wall panels. Right, that should force all that to be metal now. Right, so didn't cut a hole in the door yet, but let's just see what that looks like a minute. Come on, let me select it. SketchUp is not liking the amount of geometry. What's happening is it's not liking it because we've put non-subdivided geometry into a mesh that's got obviously subdivision turned on, so it's kind of confused it. There we go. Right. I shall stick it on that layer instead. There we go. That's better. So I'm going to re-import this now with paneling in place. Yeah, you're not wrong. Let's have a look a sec. Yeah, from certain angles, definitely. So that's the krill shuttle, and I think it's these swept up bits at the side that it's reminiscent of. But yeah, other than that, it's quite different. And people have kind of pointed out that it is similar to the Orville shuttle, which it kind of is and kind of isn't at the same time. Let's find a decent picture of it. A decent picture that's not like 2 pixels wide. That'll do. Yeah, so there's the Orville shuttle, and I guess it's the window really that kind of gives it that familiarity, and the general kind of boxiness of it. Yeah, mean, they're certainly similar. There's definitely some similar DNA there, I suppose. Yeah, let's go out that side. Yeah, similar but different. So now I've replaced the material. Obviously, it's got its metalness. If we zoom out and back again, that should fix the shadows. Kinda. So this is kind of correctly metallic now because we still have to add the actual hull plating on top of the metal bodywork. So that will be done relatively soon. And then yeah, this is the interior stuff with our brackets and everything. Actually, we had a light to here. About where the panel will be, I would have thought. We're missing, oh right, got some geometry that we don't want there. But yeah, so yeah, this is kind of where we're at with it. I like the curved edge there. I think that's going to work nicely all the way around. Carpet definitely looks better without the gap. I'll make a slightly less fluffy carpet from the inside. Make one that's a bit more hard wearing and kind of less lounge and more shuttle. But yeah, more progress, which is always a good thing. Yes, true, Christopher. Yeah, a shuttle is a shuttle. ultimately, once you have a box and you put a window and some wings on it, there's only so many shapes it can possibly be. Yeah, it should definitely come with a picnic basket, I agree. Okay, well, on that happy note, I shall wish you all adieu, and I shall see you on Wednesday for more fun and shenanigans with the shuttle. We'll try and finish off this back section on Wednesday, get all the paneling done, get it properly textured, get the seats in properly, get this floor down properly, cut the lightning holes in the frame, fix this door obviously, and yeah, once we've got that seating panel done, we can roll it out to here as well, and we'll just keep working forward from the back and see how much of it we can get done. Looking forward to seeing it complete. All right. Have a great week ahead, everyone, and I shall see you on Wednesday. Bye for now.